All right, let's do this. Let's get in. Let's make this happen. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's December 8th, 2023. My name is Jeff Fritz. I hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you might be out there. I've got some stuff to discuss with you. I got my Seattle Kraken hat on here. Previously, we had what I thought was going to be just a quick issue to address. Hey, it's like 3 lines of code in the documentation. Let's just update, add that code, and we're out and running. And that wasn't the case. I reviewed, we looked at it, we ran into some issues here. I talked to my friends on the .NET team, got some feedback, got a fix. Let's talk about that. Let's go through this. There's more to discuss here. Let me bring on the chat room. That's not the right transition. There we go. How you doing there, friends? My goodness, I see folks from Twitch and YouTube tuned in. Yes, we're on both broadcasting today. Lanky Scottish Nerd, good day to you. Prem, hello. Thank you for tuning in there on YouTube. Serge, hello to you. Good morning, Lyso, your American coding friends. That's right. Good morning to our American coding friends. Doesn't matter where you are out there. I hope you're having a great day. You're writing some code. You're having a good time. You're being productive, completing a project, solving those bugs. Hope you're having a great day. Gulab, hello. How you doing? Tuned in on YouTube there. LeBlon's, good morning to you. Time Leak is here on Twitch with a big wave. Hello, hello. There are 3 new emote updates that I put out there on Twitch for folks that are on Twitch. If you're a follower, if you're a subscriber, there you go. Lanky Scottish Nerd with the wreath emote there. It's normally the bot holding up a couple of hearts, showing some love, but for the holiday season here, holding up a wreath. That's pretty cool. Let me get my Marin Gunners on here, and we're going to get things going. From India, good evening to you, Galop. I hope you're having a good one. Go ahead, check it out. Check it out.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
94.6% certainty. It's the Seattle Kraken hat. That's right. So, we were looking at data protection yesterday with ASP.NET Core. This is a feature that was introduced, that was migrated into ASP.NET Core in order to allow applications to scale horizontally when you need multiple servers, right? Hosting, delivering an application. And what it's doing is managing those certificates, those keys that you use to encrypt cookies and other information that you need to pass securely back and forth to the browser. Well, we ran into a little bit of an issue. There's some great documentation out there about how to use it, how to interact with it, but it wasn't quite right. Lucy!
Lucy Llewellyn just resubscribed for 18 months.
18 months with us. Thank you so much for a year and a half subscribing with Prime. Subscribers over there on Twitch, when you do subscribe, I will make a donation to the American Cancer Society. It benefits all of us all over the world. It just happens to be local to me here in the States. And we're going to fight the fight against cancer. Thank you so much for that support. Bring in that Prime subscription. You've already got Prime because you want to get free shipping. You want to get movies and music. Maybe you like watching Thursday night NFL football. But you get a free subscription on Twitch with Prime. Thank you so much for using it here on my channel, and I will pay it forward and make a donation. Much appreciated. So data protection does all of these cool things, and there's lots of great ways to configure it. And out of the box, it's got a default configuration that doesn't quite cross all the lines for me for what we need for this application that we've built that lives in a container. And quite frankly, any application that runs in a container with ASP.NET Core is going to hit this exact same problem. which means we should probably blog this. We should probably turn this into something a little bit more, so that we can make sure other folks know about it. So as I go through and explain this problem, I'm going to create some markers on the video so that we can cut this into a smaller YouTube video and get that published out there, more than just the recording of our live video that we're doing today. Hello, Blazer Mr. McCoo in rainy Stockport. Oh, here it is. Home of the best football team in Greater Manchester. Well, I think there's at least two sides in the Premier League that might have something to say about that. And I don't have my Wrexham hat handy, but I have a feeling the Wrexham Stockport game later this season is going to be quite a slobber knocker. It's going to be quite a you don't recognize them? Okay. It's going to be quite a match later this season, right? Slobber knocker. Do people still use that phrase? Am I just showing how old I am? I'm waiting for one of my Philadelphia friends there to call me out on slobber knocker. Okay. Let me get in. Let me show you the code, the problem, and we can talk a little bit about this review that is being put together by the .NET team. And we can even probably provide some feedback here. I'm going to go in the stream beats. Let's go to the EDM playlist today. And I'm going to scroll down here. Let's go to this one. This is called First Win. This is music that's DMCA free. There you go. See, it says it right there. Music that's DMCA free, completely free for anybody to use wherever you are out there, on Twitch, on YouTube. The last two streams haven't been hit by the copyright troll on YouTube. We'll see if they pop their head in on today's. But big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together that we're listening to today. All right, let me dive in. Let me show you a little bit of what's going on here with this code. So that's funny. You don't recognize. We don't recognize United and City. City won the treble, won the Champions League, won the Premier League, won the FA Cup. Like, okay, we don't recognize it. It's all that oil money, all right? Is that what it is? Hey, Simon. Hello. Good to see you there on YouTube. So let me come back to this one. Let me come back. This was the issue. This is what we were observing inside of a container that was built with ASP.NET Core. When your application's running inside the container, it doesn't maintain session, doesn't maintain login session between restarts. So what's going on here? Johan called it out that, you know what, data protection isn't working correctly over here. We should probably address that. So taking a look here, right, data protection has some default settings, managing and delivering and sharing those certificates out there for the application to know how to start, how to handle the encryption of secrets that need to be passed back and forth to the browser. Now, when we think about that, right, these are things like your authentication ticket. Hey, this is Fritz logged in, and it's sitting out there in a cookie, so that when you pass that ticket back, we can decrypt it and appropriately match it up to your user ID and share that information. So by default, that certificate is written to disk. When you deploy your application to App Service on Azure, there's some trickery that goes on, and it's described here a little bit in the article about data protection management, where it actually writes it into a shared folder and passes it back and forth. So the answer is you need to pull the keys out. You need to put them somewhere else besides on disk, and there's a couple of APIs that allow you to do it. of course, they're going to advertise the first one that you should use is Azure Key Vault. File system is kind of where they do it by default, but I wanted to use this one, persist keys to DB context. So when you do that, there's a nice handy jump to this part of the article. There's a thing here that says persist keys to DB context, and it wants you to pass in an entity framework context that implements this interface, data protection key context. And it shows here in the documentation, define that context with get set, and for nullability purposes, they have a null definition here. So that's nice. That's a nice definition of it. When we looked at it in our code, it turns out this interface doesn't provide a setter. I'll explain. Let's actually do a new application here. Let's set up a new application, and for the purposes of getting in and doing this easily, I'm just going to start a new ASP.NET Core application. I'll set up individual accounts just so there's something created out there in the default template. And I'm going to jump into Program CS here. And you'll see the default settings are all up here. Add a DB context, add default identity, Razor pages, and so on and so forth. And by default, it's going to write to disk. It's going to write and persist those tokens to disk. And there's folks in chat here saying, yeah, you're going to want to move them somewhere else if you're not just using a default hosting model. You're right. So the instructions that are in that the instructions that are inside that document say, let's go builder services, add data protection, and for my case, right, I want to say persist keys to DB context, right? Persist keys to DB context, and let's use application DB context. There we go. Now I've got a red underline because we are missing a package. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Data Protection Entity Framework. So I will add that real quick to this sample. There it is. Get that added in. And I'll control dot, and I get my using statement. Okay, but it still doesn't like it. Why? Because the context that's being provided here doesn't implement that data protection key context. All right, so let's go do that. So I'm going to jump over here, and we're going to add data protection key context. There's the interface. It adds the using statement for me. I'll control dot there and say implement interface, and it doesn't implement the setter on this. Okay. I'll save that, jump over to program, and you see this is satisfied. Let's start the application. Build succeeded, starts up. Where's my application? There it is. Let's register a new user, and bang. What's happening here? It's not able to get any keys from the data store. Why? You need to be able to set that. Let's do the hot reload. Nope. I have to do a full restart. Come on now. Did we get the restart? Let's go. And register. That's neat. Let's make this easy. It's telling me that it doesn't have the SQL bits installed. I'm going to change this over to use SQLite. Really? You're not going to give me the install for that? That one. Yes. What didn't I like about that? Yeah. What's the name of the database? That's the question, is the interface incomplete buggy? I could use it. It's SQLite, so I don't really care. Right, I'm forgetting the syntax of a SQLite connection string. So if I look at my app settings, there we go, data source. Something like that. I'll just call it MyDB to start. And that should do start. Register. Yep, apply the migration. What? You're mocking me now. Let's go over here. This shouldn't be this hard. .NET EF database update. What doesn't it like? The migrations were generated for SQL Server. That's what. Nope. Don't delete that one. .NET EF migrations add. First. Here we go. Yeah, no, I didn't forget sacrificing. Happy Friday to you, Eric. How you doing? This is Sparta. Does it even support SQLite? Yes, it does. Yep. Yes, it does. All right, so now do .NET EF database update. The syntax for SQL Server is what was in the migrations. See? So now, go and restart this. And Now I can register. Let's do this one. Where? And everything works. Yep, click to confirm. Thanks so much. Login. No. Why are you mousing off of that? Feels like a LastPass issue there. So, logged in and I'm off and running. But I had to put that setter in the EF context, right? So, if I go back, where to go? Into my entity framework context. If this isn't here, and I try to run, right? So the interface that it provides, so it's got a private setter there. And if I try to log in, doesn't work. Okay. If I change this and add a new, right? Why don't you like that? Can I do this? No. There is a way that folks were... Yeah, EF does a nice job of jumping between different operating systems. You're right. However, jumping between different database providers doesn't do. Hey, how you doing there, TBD Gamer? Hello. So clearly I need the set here. And that's a little bit of the feedback that we provided, is that you need that set in order to get this working. Okay. I applied that fix in the application we've been working on, Tags app, and we're in a good place. It works. So I provided that feedback that, hey, you need this set in here. And the .NET team, this is Andrew Casey, provided this little bit of feedback in the ASP.NET Core repository to add and define a little bit of this. I just wrote this code by hand, so it's not written out there somewhere. Well, the project we've been working on, there's links to just below in the description on YouTube. So you had to have a separate DB context and migration set for each database provider. I believe it. But the idea is to have one DB context. I've had different migration sets, and I'll show you how we have that configured in a minute. So here's the suggestion. Hey, let's update the interface so that it does have get and set on here so it generates appropriately. And we end up getting that syntax generated for us. Might be possible to use a default interface member that throws, but I wouldn't guess you could add a single accessor. It's a breaking change because we're changing an interface, but it only breaks people who are already persisting keys incorrectly, because you need that set there. So Microsoft Bot replies and says, hey, there's an API review process. And then here's Stefan Halter from the ASP.NET Core identity team replying and offering some feedback here. Let me copy this issue address, share it in chat there. So if you want to take a look, you can click through and follow along this issue that is being opened on our behalf because we identified this issue yesterday. So some feedback. Here's a little bit of discussion around it. This is meant to save people who think they're done after they auto-implement iData protection key context. We could introduce a new interface but no one would likely call or implement it, making it useless. Perhaps. Unless we update the documentation, and downfield we update those capabilities, and if we make that other interface descend from iData protection key context. Thinking out loud, right? If we introduced another interface here, right? Public interface, Fritz data protection key context, right? If this inherits from iData protection key context, right? And is that now this implements that interface also. So the folks that implemented this interface, right? This kind of works downstream, and I think we're okay. Continuing, this should not be source breaking unless your code is already broken, unless the setter was internal. Are there other ways this could be initialized? We've looked at that. It doesn't look like it. Right? This will be binary breaking. We expect there to be a type load exception for iData protection key context implementations that have the setter, right? This will break binaries, folks that already have applications running that reference this. So there would be a type load exception for implementations that have the setter but aren't rebuilt with this change. That's right. Could this be migrated to a default no-op setter? I'm not sure what they mean by a no-op setter. If we're too afraid of the binary break, could we ship an analyzer instead that says, hey, if you're using it in this way, you need to set it so that it can run. If this is this valid? Writing new DB set, and we saw that is not valid. That is an abstract type that it will not accept. So you can't do that. Looks like we found at least one seemingly valid usage. They would have a source break on this and doing a source across because of the protected setters in this person's source code. And here's how they search through GitHub to find some shared source code. And Arthur Vickers, who's the program manager on Entity Framework, says the DB set property does not need to be and ideally should not be settable. That's interesting. Then how do you work with it if you can't set it? How do you work with it? How do you work with the collection if the DB set is not settable? The syntax. Thank you. Thank you, Copilot. This syntax is invalid because DB set is abstract. Okay, let's see what they say. So that's where we are. Point being, we have a fix. I applied it to our application, and it does work, and we're able to move forward and continue working. Hey, Steve!
Steve_Elliott just resubscribed for 41 months.
41 months. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Let me catch up a little bit here on some of chat. Let me jump over to featured chat, and we can scroll through here a little bit. So I like the feedback there, Simon. Yeah, you're right. Hey, Aragorn, VVG. Let me pin that question. I'll come back to that in a minute. Aragorn, great to see you there. Hello. So this is a breaking change to roll out. So, but you need to have a setter there to provide this. Yep. So we will ask Arthur and see what feedback we get. And if there's a better way we should be working with Entity Framework, let's hear it. Let's roll with it. VVG Online has a question here. What are your thoughts on ChatGPT versus Google Gemini? I saw rumors that the Google Gemini demo this week, the demo video, was faked. It's clearly going to be competition back and forth between these products for a while. I have to see more about how to get in, how to work with Google Gemini, how to interact with it, where ChatGPT quite literally is rolled out in all the places already and has production workloads, and folks are using it and are established and quite frankly are pretty happy with it. So I need to see that 10x improvement, right? There's an infamous quote from Bill Gates that if you're going to roll out something that you want folks to use instead of the competition, or you want folks to upgrade to, it needs to be 10x better. It needs to be 10 times better than the other product. Is Gemini 10 times better than ChatGPT? We'll see. We'll see. From that video demo, I wouldn't say it is. But I don't, until we get a chance to use it, don't know. Google is late, says Serge. But if they come with next gen before ChatGPT, they could come back. Yep. They have the resources, but so does OpenAI and Microsoft. So, Simon comments here. Let me grab that. Hey, doing there, Amal on YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're having a great one. So let me go to this suggestion here from Simon. If there's an abstract base class that implements the interface for you that would provide a constructor encapsulating the value but exposing it read-only. So right, data protection keys equals right. I mean, is that a thing? Like, why does that not work? Oh, because it's not in the... Okay. Like... If we initialize it like that... It's not really a read-only collection. Right? Why is it moving? And yeah. So that does work. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, and that's right. Some folks in some of the documentation have used that syntax. Is this what we should be doing? Either way, we can all agree that doesn't work. We should probably provide some feedback, some way to update that. We can initialize the property in the constructor with syntax like, here we go, public db set data protection key, data protection keys get, no, do it right, data protection keys equals right set data protection key. Is that what we had? I could just copy the source code that I wrote, but this is much more annoying. Either way, we can agree that the auto-generated syntax is invalid. I think I'd favor an analyzer that throws an error on this misconfiguration. There we go. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. How you doing there, Stelzy? S4P0, hello. How's it going, Mythin? I forgot it to say hello to you. Simon Jeering says, this is the same way you would expose a read-only collection in DDD. Yeah. Eric, I'm going to pin your comment there about LLMs. Steve says, you think you set up yours with public DB set. Right, but you put a setter on there, right? The setter isn't there by default when you implement the interface. EA Johnson logically makes sense. The consumer of that interface only needs access to a place to store the keys. It may have been clearer if there were a get data protection keys method instead of a property. Well, it's an interface that needs to be added to the database context. So I think the analyzer might be the way to go to make this just a little bit more friendly. I'm going to back up to this comment from Eric. There's going to be lots of large language models that come and go. Agreed, right? If Gemini's coming in, what happens to Bard, right? They make both of those. Is Bard just the previous version? They're going to be swapped out like libraries. Build your bots to allow for this. I kind of agree with you on this. I've been looking at interacting with artificial intelligence, large language models, and other services as something that we should wrap a repository pattern around. So for exactly this reason, so that we can swap things out when things move, they change addresses. We are very early in the life cycle of large language models and these artificial intelligence services. As they grow, change, and advance, you know what? We should be ready to adapt our code to those changes, and wrapping that code in a base class or an interface is going to help so that you don't have to rewrite as much code in the future. Eric's waiting for Windows AI Studio to work with. Okay. There you go, Simon. Quick tip. When I'm on mobile and I want to use chat with Twitch, I'll use the voice activation and transcription. That's just me. Hey, just a viewer. Good morning to you. So I think there's some good discussion here, but this leads me to another suggestion that I want to get your feedback on, chat. And it's not this. Something that I know a number of influencers, a number of MVP folks have had issue with for some time, and it's kind of biting us right here. Did I set up data protection with protected keys? No, I set it up with persist keys to DB context, and it works. So the issue that a lot of folks have and run into is with this chalupa right here. This method that's at the top of just about every ASP.NET Core application contains a lot of magic. There's a lot of stuff that it sets up for you by default in here that these pre-configured defaults that a lot of us are like, I don't know what that is. What are those defaults? I don't know. What I think would be fantastic to build, I want to be able to control dot on this and have an analyzer pop up that says replace with local implementation. And I want to be able to change this to say create local builder. And quite simply, this is, oh no, hang on, we'll get there. Web application extensions. Come here, you. We're going to make this a static class. Public static. What is this? What does create builder return? Web application builder. Web application builder. Create local builder. Go ahead, take a look.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Hello, hello. How you doing there, Jeff's hat stand? And this wants to go on web application, right? Let's call this app, right? And all I want to do yeah, the F12 to get in and see the metadata, that's a nice start, right? But I actually want to see what it's calling. I want to see that default configuration, right? Which I think it's already over. Nope, not that one. Not that one. ASP, I think it's ASP.NET Core. Do I have that right? I think I do. How you doing there, Dr. Cox? I'm doing well to my hat stand. So we know from our source code this is living inside of Microsoft ASP.NET Core Builder web application. So I think it's in here. There's web application builder and web application. Let's try here. See, there's a lot going on here. There we go. Create builder just says new. Really, we want the create builder with the args, which still does new and passes through the args. And new should take a host. It should give me a new web application builder. All right, let's go back over there. So it's going to give me a new one of these. There's options. So it's passing through a new options, and what I'd like to do is copy all of this over so that it's clear exactly what it's doing. But some of these things you can't copy over. Right? But I think there's, right, some of these things we can kind of wrap and pass along here. But to have... Where'd it go? Yeah, it was in here. To have an extension method here that effectively returns... right, I could do... Right, it was in... Right, it created new. Now, why doesn't it like that? Because that sure likes it right there. Let's go back over to Web Application Builder. Because this is an internal interface right here. Where's the public facing? There isn't one. Isn't that interesting? And since it's a sealed class, we can't implement. Private static, private static, private static, private static. There's the environment, the services. So we can't create one of these. And that's where it gets a little fuzzy here to be able to do, right, and show all the configuration. But I don't want to just show, I don't want to just show the configuration, right? So there's stuff like this and builder logging, right? Like whatever. Right, whatever it might be. I want to put some notes with it so that this can be something that you can learn from. Is there a create empty builder? There's a slim builder. There's a create empty builder. So if we did that and we passed in the no options. Okay, now we're talking. I completely thank you for helping identify that, right? Add the command line configuration. C aka MS learn docs on this topic for more. Or just say, right, add logging configuration, and so on and so forth for each one of the options that's given to you by default, so that you can change this with a little analyzer. Control dot, convert to local implementation, and it calls create local builder, and over here Microsoft ASP.NET Core Builder. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Builder. Why don't you like that? It's a web application. This web application. What doesn't it like? Where'd my mouse go? Ah! I've gone too far. Yeah, now I broke Visual Studio. Ugh. Yeah, I really broke it. So a lot of this used to be in the .NET Core 1 template. That's right. And quite frankly, there was a lot there by default that was overwhelming for folks. That we now have so much stuffed into that method and no way to get back to, well, what actually is it doing here? Because I need to update and change that configuration in Visual Studio. Taking a powder on me here. Come on now, friend. I've broken it. I get it. Go open that back up. So this is the idea. This is the concept that I think we can put together here. Yeah, go ahead and recover the files. And why did you open over there? That's clearly not where I had you. Right, so... yeah, why doesn't it like that? No. It's right there. This web application. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Builder web application. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Builder web application. This web application app. What? I'm just putting together kind of this sketch around this concept of let's give you a way to revert to a fully documented definition of the create application. Chaotic Monkey.
Chaotic Monkey just resubscribed for 33 months. Good morning, Jeff and chat.
Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I'm trying to create this as an extension method. Why isn't it letting me extension method? That doesn't make sense to me. this is the concept. It's something I might come back to. Because it's not an instance. Right. You're right. I can't bolt on an extension, a extension method there. I would need I would need like an interceptor to make that work. Right? Or, or we would need, right, some other class here. Right? So if I called this local web application, right, I could I don't need that. Now it would work, right? Yeah, I ditched the this. And you can't inherit from web application. It's a sealed class. But, right, as some output from an analyzer that gets you the same capabilities, right? And I don't even care if we defer back to the existing code. It provides that level of documentation and discoverability that folks are looking for. And when you ask for this to be generated, you've stepped outside the defaults. And it's now up to you to learn and configure this appropriately, right? You've effectively flipped the switch from beginner to advanced mode. So, I'm going to save all of that. And we'll come back and we'll explore that another time, perhaps. How you doing there, Potato Master 21021? Welcome. So that's the concept. That's the idea. I'm going to talk to some friends on the .NET team about that and see if it's something that makes sense here. Simon asks, does the analyzer need to output code? Could it output a comment block and still call the same method? Well, what's the comment block going to do? It would have to be a fix-up, right? A code fixer to get it to generate that extra file. But for this, it would be an analyzer that just writes out and just makes all of that code visible to you, so it's easy to change and enhance. Like I said, it's a pivot from beginner configuration to advanced configuration. Hey, Maxwell. And Maxwell asks, is it realistic to be self-taught and get a job? Yes. I saw. Is the intent to help understanding or let the developer take over? Both. Simon, I think the intent would be both. Let you choose appropriately to take over and enhance, change the behavior of the application, which is something you can already do. Right? You can certainly back off and enable it. But to also provide a little bit of documentation to help with education for folks that want to do a little bit more. Yeah, a comment, and that's why I think a comment-infused version of the code that provides extra steps that says, for more information about this, check the documentation. Here's the steps that it does. There's more information over there. Because you're right, adding a little bit of comment documentation goes a long way. But I think we having that executable code that's sitting there that you can play with helps. So, we might come back to that and play with that idea. You want me to change to the GitHub hat? So, for those of you that know that are watching on YouTube or you haven't seen it on Twitch, Down at the bottom of chat, there is a orange gear. Those are Fritz bits. Those are channel points that you can use here live on stream to do all kinds of things, to troll me, to have some fun here. But there's a request right now for me to change into my GitHub hat. I'm going to leave you with this fix was applied. I also put a fix in here so that by default, if and I'll share that issue that you can follow this. If there is no security database context configured, by default it falls back to using a in-memory collection. Let me go grab the GitHub hat. It's in the other room. I was wearing it this week at Dev Intersection in Orlando. I am going to run 2 minutes of ads while I'm headed out. Remember, watching the ads, running these, all of the ad revenue, we're going to donate to the American Cancer Society. So give me just a minute and I will be right back. All right. We are just about back. Look at that. Got the GitHub on. All right. So let's get in. We got about 20 seconds left on the ad break. I'll give just a few more seconds to make sure that everybody comes back over there on Twitch. And we'll dive in and talk about the code a little bit here. There we go. 2, 1. Welcome back, friends. Those of you that watch the ads, thank you so much for taking just a few seconds there to watch the ads. And like I said, we're going to pay that ad revenue forward and help the folks at the American Cancer Society. Let me head back over to the code and let's dive back in, talk about, and you can see the pull request that closed this. Updated a bunch of files here. I added a script to allow me to regenerate some of my security context stuff, along with the migrations that go with it. A model snapshot update. Here we go. I updated. What is this? No, we didn't want to add that. Oh, shoot. Actually. Yeah, get that out of there. We've already doxed ourselves. Stand by. Yeah, that's empty. And that queue is gone, so I'm not too concerned about that content being out there. Run! Hurry! I'm just going to check real quick. I'm 90% positive that queue doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, there's nothing in it. We're good. Wait a sec. Hang on. Nothing in the queues. Is there anything in the tables? There's a file share. Shoot. Oh, we need to do some fixes. Oh, jeez. This isn't good. Not good. Hurry. Like, no. Okay. No. And I need to do pull request and clean that out. Mm. Okay. And that should take care of that. I merged that removal. Why didn't it remove it? Why didn't it remove it? Yes, I did know. But why? I merged that pull request. That should have deleted them. Why didn't it? And it brought it back. No, I need to do a git add on that. But I need to do a okay. Nope, not going to remove it. Even though I deleted the code. Why aren't we deleting code? That's why I'm trying to rebase and remove it. Yeah, the branch is gone. Right, add. And it's there it shows the deletion. Do I have this? Oh, it's a jar. I should have Java here locally, right? Yep, I do. Can you believe it? I have Java locally. Oh, so much fun. It's saying delete files. Really? Because it's up. It's right there. This is not called bfg.jar. Really? Source tags app test queue. Program CS. Excuse me, I've got a call coming in I need to take. All right. This doesn't make sense to me at all. Like that that doesn't delete. No. Hey, Napalm. Hey, congratulations. Winning a hackathon. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Yeah, you know what? At this point, it's just... It's just, I've got to rotate the tokens. Give me 1 second here. It's not that one. I thought I had a portal open here. Yeah. Stand by. I think we're going to be pretty okay here. Gotta let folks on the team know that I'm rotating keys. So much fun. These are the things that happen when you... And I am doing a bit of it off screen here just to make sure that I get this through. And then we'll get back into our regularly scheduled shenanigans. Here... I'm going to rotate that one. Come here, you. That key should have worked. That's okay. I just told it to restart the website and it's... I'm getting 503s. Oh, so much fun. What did I screw up? Oh, gosh. Hey, how you doing there? This is the real voice. Oh, safe flight there, Napalm. Yeah, Alverson's doxing myself. Like, no. There is a refresh command we can pass in here. That it... There is a Azure function hanging out here also. I don't see it. Nope, don't say it over here. Oh man, I hate configuring and reconfiguring things. Crap. No, this should have updated and picked up the new content. How you doing there, Chris Jones? Oh boy. Thank you for the follow. How you doing there, Steve? Yeah, no, Clip Talk is done. Clip Talk is gone. Clip Talk is no more. So, yeah, the Blazor auto feature, it is very cool. Very, very cool stuff. Hey, Matt, welcome. You're writing a webhook consumer that updates OBS. What pattern do I recommend to throttle the event stream? Well, what do you're updating it based on media player events? Tell me more. Let me let them know. What I changed. There we go. Yeah, I need a little bit more detail there. This is the real voice. Okay, now that I'm done having a conniption and trying to solve this. So it doesn't matter I rotated the key. So Surly Dev asks, should I be able to find and install GitHub Copilot chat extension in VS Community Edition? I don't know. I thought it was released and available. So there's, yes, Razer telemetry package. Thank you so much. Who is that? The Captain Coder. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. GitHub Copilot chat. There we go. No, there's a release version that is available to you. You should be able to find that in VS Code. So, welcome in. Gosh, friends from the Captain Coder. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Let me welcome in the folks that are joining us. Yeah, cycling the keys is happening right now. So we just got through cycling keys from doxing myself. So that feels good. Great to see you, friends. Let me answer. Matt, I'm going to grab your question there and pin it so that I can come back to it. Let me finish welcoming folks. How you doing there, Darioff Mariera? Do I know PHP? Yes, I know PHP. Do I use it? No. Happy Friday to you, the Captain Coder. H. Mendoza, good morning to you. Well, right. Copilot is a paid extension. Yes. Yeah. I end up fixing that for an hour. Is it a Captain Morgan's kind of Friday? It's turning into that. Developers. How you doing there, Coding Chemist? All right. Well, Copilot's free for folks that use Community Edition. I don't know about Copilot Chat being free. If you want to have this component also run on the WebAssembly, you have to... hang on, let me get back. There's a discussion going there. No, it does not count if you're a student of life. Yes, you can get trial editions that you can run through there. Matt, thank you so much for the Prime.
Matt 1567.
Let me go to that question that you had for us, and then VVG had a question as well here. Within the new Blazor template, when do I know if I want my new component to be in the server project or the client one? If you want your code to be able to run in the browser, you need it in the client one. It doesn't matter if it's going to run in the server in auto mode or not. It must be in the client one. Even if you put it in the client one, the server one will detect and can render it from there as well. So, yeah, the client project is the only code that's delivered to the browser. There we go. All right. Let's see here. McNett says in Visual Studio preview, sometimes when you select a few lines of code and ask Copilot, Visual Studio just quits. It's a preview. I don't have that issue myself, but You haven't touched Copilot since you doubt you learned properly? No. I think you're going to find that Copilot can help you significantly. When he did what on stage? Dances with Dirt. Wow. Good morning, Chris Funk. Hello. It's so good to see folks. Yes, that's right, Nightmare. Developers are here. VVG Online had this question. Can I do a demo project stream comparing Blazor to Angular, React, Vue? No. No. That's not what I do. I build stuff. I build real stuff that you can download, interact with, and navigate to. No. You want to watch someone do an analysis and compare and give you a report of how the different things fit together? That's somebody else. I build and show you how real things work. Not some Pepsi challenge interaction, hey, which one's better? Because the answer is they're all good. Use the one that makes you happy. Use the one that does the things that you need. So, how you doing there, Sean? You assume the opposite of what there, Commando? Yep, good interview. That is a good overview video you linked there, Eric. Actually, I didn't click through to see it. Yeah, that is. Yep. It's a good overview video. I've been delivering parts of that session and going deep on how things break and move in that process. No, okay. Let's get back to what we were working on. Oh, dear Lord. Get rid of that. Go back to my branches. And I'm going to remove my fix. So we talked about data protection. I got that cleaned out and addressed. So data protection is, for those of you just joining us, is a feature in ASP.NET Core that manages your certificates, your keys that you use to encrypt and shift around content, particularly the keys you use for authentication, back and forth to the browser. The Copilot would help you learn more efficiently? Yeah. No. Hang on. Let me show you something. Let me jump over to the branch that I was working on. Now that... So, close all that. Clear this. Clear this one down here also. And I'm going to git merge main. Oh, of course. Hey, you've got conflicts you need to resolve now. You better believe I've got conflicts. I'll show you conflicts. I'm not going to update the global JSON just yet. Let's take a look at the conflicts we got to address. App settings, JSON. Sure, resolving the merge editor. You go away. Nope, I want the new one. Next, program CS. My Docker file, we're going to need to update this when we go to .NET 8, the finished version. Show me that in the merge editor, please. I want both. Yep. All right, service extensions. Show me where the differences are here. How you doing there, Omen? Welcome. This one we want the incoming. We added an else for Yep, looks good. Well, where's the conflicts? Yeah. Manual resolution. Fine. No, it's already there. It's already there. Send that up. Good. All right. Let me get back to some of the questions, some of the comments there, and I'll show you what we're talking about how Copilot can help you learn, because it's a lot more than just complete my code. So, am I fixing bugs? I just was, and then we're going to get in and we're gonna add some configuration capabilities here for Tags app. You can learn more about Tags app. If you're on YouTube, it's at the bottom in the description there. You can find more about that. Let me set up a project command here. I am refactoring configuration for Tags app. And we'll provide a link, github.com, Fritz and Friends, not Fritz and Fritz. There you go. There's a project command set on Twitch. And I will pin that message to chat so you can see that and you can get back in there. Cool. Oh yeah. That broke real good, didn't it? We had this fixed. This was right, connection settings, security connection string. There we go. All right, moving on. Yeah, right. Fritz and Fritz exception. So Copilot can explain things to you in a really cool way here. So if I go back over to program, right, and we do a little bit of formatting here, I can highlight a block of code here, right? And if I do Alt/, what does this do? And it will explain exactly what it does. With, I believe it also contains links. Yeah, there you go. Links to the documentation for it. Configures data protection services for the application. Here's a breakdown of what each method does. This method adds the data protection services. This method sets the application name. Here's how it's used. This method sets the default lifetime for data protection keys. And this method configures data protection to persist the generated keys to the security context database. Blah, 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 blah. By persisting, the application can use the same keys across multiple instances or restarts. Overall, it does this. And there's even links for more information. You want to go and dig in a little bit further. And it shows you exactly what code it analyzed to generate that response from Copilot. So that's what I mean when I say it can help you. You highlight some text and say, well, what's this thing do? And it will do it. So Copilot's pretty good for getting references from other languages when you're migrating from Java to Rust. You often had to ask ChatGPT or Bing for what the Java equivalents are. Yeah, It's pretty good at that. Copilot does the same thing. Yep. Usually just copy and pasting into ChatGPT. Sure. Copilot has it built into Visual Studio for you. So, let's make sure everything builds properly, and we'll move on from there. So, building, and then we'll dive back in here. No! This feels real good. What do you mean it doesn't exist?
Oh my.
Right? Well, it's all about this. So we're going to do a bunch of bug fixes here, and we're going to try and resolve this. The gist of what we're doing is I've built a generic wrapper around configuration that I call Configure Tags App Factory. And I defined an interface called iConfigure Tags App. iConfigure Tags App has these things that allow us to interact with configuration. The idea being that for this application that we want to be able to run in a container as a web service or eventually as a local application, configuration could be in a bunch of different locations. In the first place that I'm going to locate configuration, because it's the easiest and most common place, is in a database. And by default here, I'm allowing you to write that database connection stuff into a Postgres database. It's an easy database to use. You can get it in a container. You can get it as a provided service on Azure, AWS, on GCP, and you can deploy and you can run this application with that Postgres service, that container that's out there pretty much anywhere, including even as a container on your own machine. Eventually, we'll put SQLite in that box also. And Azure Key Vault, other services will set up and implement this interface to allow that interaction and persisting of information back and forth. So the organic growth of configuration in this application put connection information, not just connection information, but put all the configuration for the various social media providers we were using across a handful of different locations, and it was a mess to manage. So by routing everything through this abstraction means that we end up with a very clean interaction story to manage the configuration of the application, and we'll have a nice set of configuration screens that we'll be able to go through and set up. Oh, I want to be able to listen for messages in Twitch chat. Here's how to connect. Here's how to pull that information, persist it to this database, to Key Vault, to a file on disk, and it will continue processing and working. So all of that is coming in what we're working through here. Let me see here. How you doing, Jay Steph? What do I think of persisting keys between using DB Context and Azure Blob Storage? Both are fine when you use Azure Blob Storage. It tightly couples you to Azure for the purposes of this application that I want folks to be able to redeploy to many different locations, including running locally. I don't want to use Blob Storage. I'd rather use DB Context so that I can choose a database location somewhere else. It does store the keys in a database. Yes, which means if somebody accesses the database, they can see all that information. The database also has the key credentials for all the users that are connecting in as well. So you're already at that problem anyway. So we want to deal with that. So, all right. Continuing here, I'm just peeking around the horn, making sure I got everything. Yeah, you're welcome, Jay Steph. Yeah, so you can go either way. And honestly, if I was tightly coupled to Azure, I would use Key Vault. Like if I wanted to be in Azure and I knew I was deploying to Azure, I'd use Key Vault for exactly that reason. So, okay. Why is it saying that this isn't a thing? That it doesn't know what this is? You're... Okay. This is going away. This was a previous way that we were storing, placing, and working with configuration, and this thing doesn't exist anymore. So I am going to just comment it completely out. And we're going to continue moving forward. So, almost the weekend, friends. How are you doing? What are you thinking about? You looking forward to any sporting events this weekend? You doing anything with your families? Anything that's fun? Almost the holiday. So many cool things that are coming up that gosh, the kids and everybody are going to be so excited to get involved with. Let me know. I feel like this is kind of running away from me here, and we should probably organize this a little bit at some point. I don't know. Oh, you're both ill. Oh my gosh. Get well, my friend. Dr. Cox, hang in there. Okay, so let me move further up the stack now, and let's get more of this building. So let's go into my Postgres project and let's get that to rebuild. And here we go. So iProvider configuration repository. So these things don't exist, and that doesn't exist either, so go away. This Postgres configuration repository that it was using to get information about the various providers, social media providers that it interacts with. This is going away. This is all going away. So I'm going to comment this one out as well. I'm not deleting it yet, because there might be some things in here that we need to reference and pull forward. Hey, Boom Boom. Broken ribs. Oh my gosh, Eric. We got a bunch of folks that need to heal up over the weekend here. Simon's got a big release over the weekend, so working nights. Ooh, good luck with that. I feel like releasing over the weekend is something that we don't need. Is something that we don't need to do anymore, because we can do continuous deployment. You're right, you could deploy to a new copy of your ecosystem and then just do a DNS flip. But certainly if you're working in finance and in education, these spaces where folks really only are Monday to Friday using your tools, yeah, you can work over the weekend and make that work. Boom Boom suggests, why not a blob storage interface? Let me put that on screen and we can... blob storage interface that you can use a layer of abstraction between different storage providers so you're not tightly coupled to a specific provider. Sure. That's right. That's the interface. So, I mean, right, I could change this to blob. I could implement blob storage behind this and save files into blob storage. Sure. But if you're choosing to use a database, right? Great. But you can absolutely provide that ability. We could provide another interface that allows you to choose that as well. Sure. Detfina, you and your dog are going to get groovy on the winter solstice. All right. Working hard to buy a new travel car. Nice. Nice. Good luck to you on that. No CI. Oh, legacy infrastructure. Good luck, Simon. That is not trivial. Chris Jones does a DNS flip for blue-green deployment, but typically not Fridays, weekends. Yeah. Yeah. doing it just off hours at 5 a.m. or 10 p.m. That makes sense. That makes sense. Sure. Trying to do it in the middle of the day at peak usage. Yeah. But having that window when early in the morning or late in the evening when you know usage is going to be, I don't want to say gone, but lower, gives you an opportunity to smoke test. Right? Do that an initial check. Hey, are things still looking proper? And then push an update and let it out to the rest of the folks. Yeah. Makes sense. All right, so I commented out that block. What else do we got to fix in here? Was that the only one? That can't be the only one. Agree. No one wants to work the weekend, Eric. Trying to bring systems back up? No. Here's another one in Postgres messaging looking for the provider configuration repository. Okay, here's where we're going to start gutting this thing like a fish. Get out your fillet knives, friends. It's cooking time. Now that that's removed, there should be a bunch of lines in here where it's going to say, I don't know what this thing is. There's one. Load provider configuration, and it wants to go get the configuration somewhere. Where is that called? In start providers. All right. And then it's going to reach through the configurations and work. Peter! Oh my goodness! Hello! Thank you so much for the subscription. Peter's a friend. And we'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society, as we do with all of our subscriptions, all of our cheers, the ad revenue. Thank you so much, friend. So we've had a number of folks that we've lost to cancer in our community, and it's been important to me for the second half of the year here to pay it forward and support the American Cancer Society, support the folks that are fighting the fight. Thank you so much. But it's dolphin free? You're missing app service, yeah. Hey, the homeless rogue. Let me grab your question there. Let me take a look before I start unwinding this and seeing what we can do here. You've been learning and using C# now for a few years. Always find yourself thinking, is this the correct way of structuring stuff? That double thinking, that imposter syndrome, gosh, is this right? Very common feeling. Do I have some advice on where to learn how to structure code or good design principles? So a lot of folks will refer back to the Uncle Bob Martin books and his design principles and say, oh, you should check out his books, his documentation, the things that he suggests, right? He promotes. What's the name of the acronym for his the model that he promotes? He does agile and extreme programming, but he promotes the solid principles. Now, the solid principles are principles. They're not design patterns that you must adhere to. But I would read about the solid principles. And there's a nice Wikipedia article here that you can check out about it. Yes, okay. About these 5 principles that are good to learn. And I will share this link into chat, because I think they're good principles to help you design and think through. Now, like I said, these are principles, not design patterns. When you look at these, they're going to point you in a direction to make your code more maintainable. Not necessarily faster, but maintainable. And the questions that you need to learn to answer as you get through your mid-career and into senior developer and architecture roles is, when do I use these concepts? When do I optimize using other techniques? Because I want to optimize for performance, and these techniques aren't appropriate. When you know and understand exactly when to use these capabilities, when not to use them, right? Because these are very good guidelines to help you design, but they're not necessarily going to design the fastest, most efficient application. But if you want to learn some good design principles, this is a great place to get started. And each one of these has some descriptions of what these various principles are and some other design patterns that you can follow here. Design patterns are just that, a pattern, not a requirement. They're a guideline. They're going to show you good ways to develop. Not great ways, good ways to develop. As you use them and you see how they work, you'll discover and you'll learn great ways to develop for your appropriate applications, because no two applications are the same. They're starting points. If you have good starting points, good patterns, good practices that you understand, you know how to follow, and when not to follow. That's the important part, is when not to follow. You'll have some really good steps that you can pursue going forward. All right. So, yeah, check out Steve Smith. He used to stream on Twitch. He does a lot of YouTube now. Our Dallas is a great resource. I actually had some great discussions with him this week at Dev Intersection as well. Yes, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. That's right. Boom, boom. I like how you worded that. TypeScript Tea Time says, whenever you try to write specific tests, drives you into very specific ways of writing code. Yeah. Writing tests will force you to behave and write code in ways that will, writing unit tests for code, will force you into ways that will require some of those patterns in order to be successful. Is that necessary? No. Is that going to help you be successful? Maybe. It's helped many other folks be successful. Shipping is a feature. Very good point, Simon. Don't get too wrapped up in some of these things. If you can write something a little bit more productively and still deliver a feature, go for it. And if you're testing front end, that's more of an integration test, and you can get away. You don't have to necessarily abide by these patterns. So, writing tests does improve your code structure. It forces better code structure. So, you're welcome, the Homeless Rogue. Best of luck to you, and please, always happy to chat and answer questions like this on stream. Tests are there. I like that, Eric. Tests are there to tell you when you've done something that has an unexpected effect. I'll take that, Eric, and right, just to put a bow on that. Tests are an insurance policy. Tests are a way for you to say you changed something and it no longer behaves the same way. So you have that insurance that, this doesn't work the same way that you thought it was. However, if you were intending to change the way that behaves, you clearly broke your tests. So I'm right there with you, Eric. Have I written a Teams app yet? No, I have not. Any ways you can connect a Teams app with Blazor server? The Teams SDK promotes using Blazor. Extensively promotes using Blazor. So, tests are investment to purchase the opportunity to change your mind in the future safely. I like that too. I like that. Yep. So, I don't have a lot of tests around this code, and we probably should at some point around all of this configuration code. Right now, my test is my compiler. So where was I? So this is loading configuration. Then it works with this provider configurations model here to interact and hopefully get some content out and configure the various social media providers that TagZap is going to integrate with. And I think the concept of a provider configuration isn't bad. However, when we look at things like the Twitter configuration, these things that are described in here, and we no longer have those, it's really running off of the bearer tokens that are being configured over here. I think we can kind of merge these concepts. Right, if I go back to the Twitter configuration, right, this is inheriting from HTTP client options. I think we can also add a provider configuration interface and have it help with that. So, thank you, Eric, for sharing a link. Let me back up to this question from Albolici. What game engine am I using for developing games? So I'm not writing a game. If I was writing a game, I'd be using Unity. It's very well developed, very good for a starting point. The leadership there has, including the board, have completely backstepped from what the previous leadership, the decisions they made that were quite detrimental to the community, and they have completely turned over at this point. So I feel secure in working and running with Unity. I'll answer Simon's question here, and we'll start digging in here and pulling this apart. What are my thoughts on primary constructors? You've been using those like the single line namespace and generics before them to cut a ton of DI plumbing code. Yeah, cut a ton of DI plumbing code. Absolutely. I think it's a fantastic thing to do now, starting with .NET 8, using the primary constructor pattern and feature capabilities there to make your applications, your code, a lot smaller, a lot simpler, a lot more terse, describing what they're doing. You're gonna find that you're gonna get successful with a lot less code that you write for C# now, because of these new features that make it very, very descriptive what you're doing with a lot less code. All right. Where else is this referenced and used? It's a list of those, and this is on the website when we're defining a provider configuration to save. So the question is, do I have a provider configuration that contains the information about Twitter, or is the Twitter configuration an implementation of a provider configuration? I think the current model that was put together is that, right, a provider configuration contains a dictionary of all the various settings. I think I want to turn this into an interface. I think we're going to turn this into an interface. Hey there. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining us, and I'm going to get rid of configuration settings. There's already an activated bit there. Okay. So this can't new that up. That's okay. We'll fix this when we get there. So we have an ID. The name for our provider, I don't want you to be able to specify that somewhere else. It's going to come out of our provider. Same thing with the ID of our provider. So let's to recap for those of you that are joining and haven't seen me working on this. TagsApp is an application that lets you mine and bring up content from various social media providers and have an integrated dashboard that shows you all the things that are going on, searching for a hashtag, listening for content out there. So in this sample, we tested listening for the NFL kickoff game where we had the hashtag DET versus KC. Detroit versus Kansas City was the hashtag we were listening for. And we were able to integrate and get messages coming in from Twitter and Mastodon. So that's right. We were mining for content. It's a new cryptocurrency brought to you by Jeff Fritz Enterprises. Jeff Fritz Enterprises. When you need just a little bit of something. I don't know. What? Anyways, so this worked out nicely. We used this for .NET Conf, and we're refactoring. We're gonna allow a little bit more. We're gonna add a little bit more to this that will. What's the word I'm looking for? Right, that'll allow us to put additional providers in here. We want to add Discord. We want to add LinkedIn. We want to add all kinds of stuff that you may want to listen to. I want to talk to our friends at Twilio, and I want to be able to allow you to take text messages into this, right? So that you can be extremely interactive. Listen to a whole bunch of different places and do some really, really cool stuff. Hey, Nightmare. I totally hear you. Check out that little gear right at the bottom. Those of you that are watching on Twitch, check out that little orange gear at the bottom. Know what I'm saying? It's right over there. It's right there. Click the gear. It's a thing. And I have one to make challenge coins. That one. Yeah. There you go. So there you go, right? So we're consolidating this configuration, so it's all stored and archived and kept in one place, and then I end myself.
And then
we can paint it on screen and allow you to have a configuration wizard that sets up all of these things.
And then
you can run your application and listen to all those different resources.
And then
Conquer the world. So, but this is all available inside of a container. We're going to finish getting this configuration working. Get it upgraded to .NET 8.
And then
Set version numbers better for the containers and clean up some of the containers that we have sitting out there.
And then
Start adding more providers. I want to get Discord bot into here.
And then
Migrate this to Blazor with .NET 8, so it's doing a lot of static side rendering, static server rendering.
And then
Make it into a desktop app so that some of our friends out there that are also streamers can run a copy of this locally and get all the cool interactions they want.
And then
We'll build a Maui application so that you can run this on your tablet to collaborate with your stream as well. So all of that on the dashboards. So you're trying to work and keep from laughing?
Put the candle back.
Can we go back just a little bit there? Fatty Das.
Wait, let me explain something to you.
Check the link at the top of chat, and you can see a description of exactly what the application is. And this is what we're working on right now. This issue right here, improving the out-of-the-box experience. All right? And at this point...
60% of the time, it works every time.
We're about 60% there on getting this thing running. So... And now you want hamsters? What? How you doing, Naz? Good to see you. Good to see you. So, I did a bunch of back and forth. And Naz had a question for me earlier before stream started about doing some back and forth interactions with Git. I unfortunately got clobbered in there, but you'll see a bit more of that. Voice mod wasn't working here. Let's activate the hamsters. You know the hamsters. This one. Yep. Did it activate it?
Oh, yes. Hamsters is back! 5 minutes of hamster voices. Ho, 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 ho! What? So, if I want to target that many user interfaces, recommend the community toolkit. Disagree. Because we're going to use Blazor and just copy and paste, and it works everywhere. Coming up, you'll see. And if you were at Dev Intersection conference this week, our friend Maddie Montequilla and I live coded that 4Tags app live on stage. That proof of concept, that code, I have isolated, saved, and we'll come back to that in a bit. It'll come back. Oh, yes. Blazor with .NET MAUI. That's correct. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Let's do this. So, I've changed this to an interface, and let's put that interface on each one of our providers. This song is a bop, and I'm like hamster bopping here or something. I don't know. It's a thing. Exactly, Simon. To make it as easy as possible to do more. So, I've got configuration capabilities here. This is an iProvider configuration. Implement that, John. Yep, there it goes. So, activated false, right? Name, description, enable. Where did the ID go? I thought I had an ID. It's an int. I don't need that one. But still, when I applied that, it didn't. Right? Wait a sec. What's this one? Suppose I got that one. What do I have 2 of these? Name description enabled or name description activated? You, my friend, are the weakest link. Goodbye! And can I rename file? Thank you. So back over here, Azure Q, I can remove this. Sure. Wait, what? No, simplify. Much better. Okay, name. Azure Q. Sure. Reads, messages from a custom Azure Q. And enabled is its own gimmick. Actually, so we don't need activated. There we go. How are we doing here? So,
Zetheras42 just resubscribed for 13 months.
thank you, Zetheras. Hello! Thank you so much, and I'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. Much appreciated. Homeless Road likes Blazerwick WPF. Okay. That's cool. Same thing, same idea when building desktop applications. I like Maui only because I get all the things, including the mobile apps, all at once. You're so late. No worries. No worries. I'm glad you're enjoying. For interfaces, would it be good practice to pull those into a central common project? Yes, and I have that. Up here I have a common project that has all the interfaces. Now the question is, do all of these apply everywhere? And is there a line we want to draw so that
That's better. Is there a line that we want to draw that allows us to clearly separate these are interfaces that belong into a client, that belong in a client, these are interfaces that belong on a server? Yep. Where does the box end? So, not sure. All right, so I have my Azure Queue configuration. Let's go through and apply this to the other configurations. We have Blazot here. Steve was here just a little bit ago. So I've consolidated, so I just have one configuration here. I'll make this iProvider configuration. We'll implement that interface, which means we've already got an enabled up there. Name, I will change this around, and no. Blazot. Actually, description should be, yeah, it is a get. Interact with the Blazot social media service. There we go. Continuing. So Mastodon, we know what Mastodon is. I can zoom out a little bit now as well, since I'm not in that little box, right? Implement that interface, so name and enabled, there we go. Description, we're gonna put a description on there. Interact with the Mastodon federated services. Why don't you like that? Oh yeah, get rid of the get there. Mastodon? Did I spell? Oh, thank you. Yep. Good catch. Good catch there on YouTube, Zen. Thank you. Thank you. You're right. The line between sounding like a hamster and having a serious discussion. Yeah, right, Simon? Oh, don't get me into T-Pain mode or some of the other sound effects. Can you make a round interface and call it out of it? That's so theoretical. Yep, got it. Name, we need to put a name on here. Mastodon. There we go. Continuing here, Twitch chat, right? We want to be able to support Twitch chat. And this is an iProvider configuration. Implement that interface. Description. Read all messages from a specified Twitch channel. All right. Not quite. There we go. right? Like, this is part of the reason why implement the interface. This has activated here. We're going to get rid of that, along with all these APIs and tokens and stuff. Don't need you. Read from the X, formerly Twitter, because that's how they describe it in all their emails. Search, let's say, change this. This should be search the X, formerly Twitter service for a specified hashtag. Let's say X. Cool. That works for me. I should have put that on Mastodon as well. Search the Mastodon Federated Services for a specified hashtag. That's better. All right, I just finished Twitter, YouTube. Okay. No. Search YouTube video descriptions for a... I didn't click on that. For a hashtag. Need the fat arrow there, don't we? There we go. And last is YouTube chat. There we go. No. Listen to messages in YouTube chat, YouTube live chat, I believe is what they call it, for a live stream. There we go. Right now, it's only about collecting Detfina. It's only about collecting. So we'll get there to being able to push things back to these things, right? Collecting, I think, is something very beneficial for streamers, for folks that are doing research and analysis. Pushing back, I think it is something we're going to be adding at some point in the future. Exactly. Yes, that's a great. I like the way you kind of encapsulated that a little bit nicer than I. So let's refine what's going on all of these locations and decide what to do with it. Yep. Brainy95 with a question here. What's my opinion on Java? Since Oracle's taken the reins off and a bit and allowed the community to drive it a little bit more, it's getting its swagger back. Oracle did no favors for Java for many years. And the fact that you can now provide your own implementations of the Java runtime has definitely opened up the capabilities for this. For Java to get going again. Java has an amazing enterprise ecosystem out there. It's not my cup of tea. I know Java. I prefer to work with C# because I find the C# features to be much more innovative, and because Microsoft is driving innovation with the programming language, with the .NET ecosystem, it means that they have financial rewards for improving and implementing C# and .NET better. When the performance of C# and ASP.NET applications gets better, Bing gets better, Teams gets better, because the services that those run on are built with .NET. And there's documentation about how those are built with it, not showing all the source code, but they're built with and consume the latest versions of .NET. And when there are new versions, they get significantly faster, which and now with things like chiseled containers that can run .NET and .NET AOT, and you can compress down and get a microservice running in 10 megs of a container, optimized with ahead of time compilation. The density that you can pack them on a server is significantly higher, which then means you need less hardware to run at the same capacity. Not to mention the performance improvements you're going to get. So between performance improvements and being able to pack more of those servers, virtualized servers, on the same hardware means significant savings for everybody. And I think we can all agree that's a great thing. So that's right. Java's a fantastic programming language and ecosystem, and the folks that are driving the Java community there are doing a great job of it. But I think the incentive of having a company building a first-party language and tool set that they themselves depend on means that they're incentivized to make it better for everybody. And you're seeing that with .NET. Certainly .NET 8 brings a lot of that. I'm going to hit a bunch of these questions here. Simon asking, do I have an RSS source provider? Not a bad idea. I'd be open to somebody contributing it. If you'd like to open an issue suggesting it in the Tags app repository, please. I think this is something that we can absolutely consider and roll into the project. Yeah. We all benefit from using the same stack Microsoft uses to build many of its own things. And there are folks at Microsoft that do use other tools, C++, Rust, Go, JavaScript, TypeScript. All of these tools are used throughout Microsoft, but there are many applications that use our first-party tools and stack. So, is it pronounced Kuwait? I want to make sure I pronounce your screen name right here. If only Microsoft didn't lock C# to Windows in the early days, it could have taken over Java. Let's talk about that. At the time that C# was developed, they were actually in the middle of writing Java. They were in the middle of adopting, writing, and extending Java for Windows. 10 years later, Google did the same thing for Android. And Oracle sued them just like Sun sued Microsoft at the time that they were doing their extension back in 1998, 1999. At the same time that lawsuit happened, the American SEC was pursuing Microsoft for monopoly charges, monopolistic practices around the Windows operating system. And then the EU did the same thing. So to provide and release and get out of those charges and to abide by the government rules, Microsoft did not couple and do what Java did because they were blocked. They were told by the government, you can't do this, because they were doing exactly that. They were. And the government said, you can't enhance Java. The government said, you cannot do these monopolistic things with Windows. You need to back off on all of this. So they backed out of things like this, where they could have used and provided, here's enhanced features for Java that work great on Windows. So they backed off, and they had another programming language they were working on called Cool, that they brought all of those features they were doing for Java into, and they wanted a common language runtime so that they didn't have a runtime they were deploying for C++, and another one for Visual Basic, and yet another one for Cool. And now we have the Common Language runtime of .NET. And Cool, because it took on all these Java features and felt a bit Java-ish, became C#. 15 years later, 2013, hey, let's pivot and turn this into, let's make this something that does work everywhere, that does help folks. And now 10 years into the .NET Core reinvention, folks know and use and can do all of those things. But folks have a very long memory around when it comes to Microsoft things. Have a very short memory when it comes to Facebook, Google, Amazon, Netflix. The rest of the FANG companies, they have a very short memory. Even though folks like Apple will completely change the specification and completely break your applications going from one version of Swift to the next. Microsoft has 10-year support life cycles. And that, for some reason, is not as welcomed as when Google completely kills an ecosystem, a product, after less than a year of it being out there. With no support, no failover, no way for you to continue working. What do you mean by C# gets filthy? Tell me more about that. So, how big is the Google graveyard? Huge. And it was a different era. Exactly. 1999, 2000. Let's be clear. Simon, you've kind of hit the nail on the head here. Let's be clear here. 1999 and 2000, when .NET was being developed and C# was being reassembled, 95% of the world used Windows. There were no mobile devices. There were no tablets. The tablets that were available ran Windows 98. And they were produced by Microsoft. Fact. Look that up. Consumer tablets that were available were produced by Microsoft and ran Windows 98. Yes, the Python 2 to Python 3. Nitro Evil, that's another good thing. That's another good comparison. So, you're right. You're right. But the government clobbered things in there. So, this is what you get when you ask for high government regulation. Things that could be beneficial for everybody go away. You were there when the Deep Magic was written. Yeah. OSU Laser. On the surface, C# looks almost as much as Java 8. It does look like it, yes. When you do deeper things, it turns into a simplification of C++. C++ at the time that C# was developed didn't have a garbage collector. C++ took a garbage collector because the folks who were on the board to design and steer C++ also work on C#. And I'll remind folks, the folks who work on C++ on the board designed the standards board for C++, Python, TypeScript, all work in the same building, in the same community, in have regular meetings with the folks that write F#, C#, and Visual Basic. That is a massive conglomeration of programming language know-how. So, like, you don't know how primitive C# enums are compared to Rust or Java. Java, they're very similar. Rust and Go have extended those concepts that were established 25 years ago and improved on them. And what would you expect? Of course, newer programming languages expand and enhance those things. Right? It was available before Y2K. That's right. Kids, gather around. Let me tell you about Y2K. How many developer worked to produce that kind of transformation? Exactly, Naz. There were literally hundreds of developers to do that. So, yeah, these are things, right, that when you understand the history of them, it kind of points to.
I coded with peaks and pokes.
That's me, the old guy. It's true, right? These things evolved, and to maintain backwards compatibility, they're changing and shifting some things. So, yep. Java and C# do have a lot of those.
Developers.
Enums and structs are two different things. Enums and structs are two different things. And you'll see many folks in .NET development going back to using structs. Structs are object-oriented block-level objects that are managed value types, not reference types, because you have the two different capabilities. Well, records are a thing that folks are getting all over the place here. So this comes back to, right, I'm gonna go back to the rant of we are around the tech community. We are learning from each other. We are growing and adding features where we see, hey, that's a better, efficient way to do things. And you would like that feature in this programming language, in this ecosystem. So we are collaborating. We are influencing each other. We are making better technology together. And that's a good thing. Java enums try to behave like structs. Well, okay. C# enums, yeah, are just literally values hanging out there. So, yeah. Literally, C# enums might as well be constants. Right? So, all right, where were we? We were down here in Postgres messaging. So this is the messaging bus, right? The very simple messaging bus that TagsApp uses to push messages around between various, from the various social media providers into the database and out to be notified. And eventually we're going to end up refactoring this a bit so that we end up with a nice pipeline so that we can inject capabilities here. We've already injected the ability to do Azure Content Safety. So you can do automated moderation of messages as they flow through this. But we want to, and then there's human moderation that happens after that. But eventually we'd like this to be a nice clean pipeline. And we'll refactor that so that we have those capabilities down the line, probably in January. Simon, I like that point as well. Code that was written in C# 1 still works today. So code that you wrote in .NET 1 Beta 3 still works today, 25 years later. There are enhanced ways to do those things, and we can provide analyzers and fixers that say, hey, let's modernize this and it'll take advantage of new capabilities, more secure interactions, lower memory use, lower processor required features. All doable as C# becomes, with the combination of analyzers and fixers as language level features, means that C# can help build and write better C#. That's a pretty cool thing. You have your AS in programming, about to go for a BS. Hey, good luck to you, Aqua. So we write code here and talk through and learn features and capabilities as we're going. We're going to be doing a little bit of architecture discussion here as we're going through and adding capabilities. That doesn't exist anymore, but that does. So now we have a list of provider configurations that we're going to be receiving here. Yep, go ahead, simplify that. And provider config doesn't have activated, it has, we've renamed it to enabled. So we now have that capability. So load provider configuration, this now can do something. And instead of saying provider configuration repository get configuration settings, I can reach into my iConfigure tags app, right? And I can get configuration based on some ID and return those values. Check this out now. So, where was I? Right? We can load all of the provider configurations here. So if we think this through a little bit, the computer languages chart. Oh yeah, the root of various languages and how they relate to each other. That's a nice diagram. That's a nice diagram. And yep, there's the bot doing a little bit of AI detection of what that image was. Right, so neat. Thank you, Alleyface, for adding me as a favorite. Is that something that I have as well? Do I? No. We're going to be doing some collaborations coming up here as we get past this and we start integrating with other things. We're going to be doing collaborations. We don't know what the providers are we're going to be loading configurations for, do we? Right? Go back here. So this is called over here. So we do have a collection of providers. Like, I don't really have cancellation token I want to pass in, but can I say providers? Right? So that's going to give me a string array. So what I could do here is say provider IDs. Right? And I could do a for each provider ID in provider IDs. This is a new list of, nope. I provider configuration. Right? So I believe, do I have, do I have access to my configuration in here? I should. No. So let's go get it. So if I say configure tags app factory current, I can say get configuration by ID. Any reason why I'm using a string array here and not enumerable? Why not? I can do that. Right? So and I could say, yep, there we go. Add that to the out list. And why don't you like that? Must be a non-abstract type with parameter lists. Ah. I have to get the appropriate type. Right, I can't get this as a, right, I have to say get Twitter configuration. No, don't do that. But I don't want to add that reference. Have a good one, Detfina. So now I need to figure out how to abstractly refer to the type. To pass it in there. Nuts. Let's walk this back and see if we can figure out a way to abstract it. Yeah, right. It's in. You're right, J. Steph. It's an abstract factory type of problem. My iSocial media provider interface. These have a configuration that goes with it. An abstract factory. So, I'm not explicitly using the abstract factory pattern, but I'm falling into it. You know? Oh, man. Well, wait a second. Hang on. I have these start classes. Like this one. That implement iConfigure provider. Yeah. Yeah. How do we get it? How do we abstractly reference and get it? Callback as an argument is an interesting way. What the heck? No, we're good. Right, this is the go fetch the configurations from the database. And I want to load it and get it in the configuration type, reserialized into the configuration type I want. Callback doesn't feel quite right. No, I mean, maybe you are onto something. If I did add... Have a good one, Simon. If I did add that, if I made this, if I made this an act, I wouldn't want an action. I'd want a funk. Get configuration. But I want to pass in an iConfigure tag zap. Oh, I do that backwards all the time. Yep. No, we're I provider configuration. If I add that, oh yeah, absolutely. So then in here, I can just provide the providers, right? Now it's an IEnumerable of social media provider. Right? And that should probably be a task. No, make it a funk. That returns a task of T. Yeah. So now this becomes... Right, oh, we're doing some pointers back and forth here. Await provider. Do I need it to be a funk? Nah, it's all good. No, I don't need it to be a funk. Because I'm not passing it in. But I can do that. Right? Yeah, it wants a T passed in. But I can... I don't need the generic on this. So it adheres to that interface. And then I can right when I need it inside those configurations, I can cast it back appropriately to that configuration type. And it shouldn't drop that information. I think. But I've now introduced a new capability into all of my social media providers. I need to go add that through all the social media providers. Right? Where'd it go? Right there. So this becomes, right, return, configure. Something like that. Don't I have an ID on this? Yeah. And putting a weight on that. No. That's better. So we're going to end up with that type of syntax in all the social media providers. So let's just run through and do that real quick. Cool. That was easy. Like, the code almost writes itself, you know? Get configuration. Configure, get configuration by ID. ID. Oops. Done. Continuing through Twitch chat. Social provider there. Implement this interface. Configure, get configuration by ID, Twitch chat configuration, ID. Next. And it's going to become a real pain in the neck to update these in the future when as we add new capabilities, you know? Oh, wait. Configure, get configuration by ID. This is Twitter configuration ID. Thank you. Next, YouTube. Configure, get configuration by ID. YouTube configuration. Yeah, it was right there, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Go get it, Copilot. You're figuring this out. We'll get you trained up. We'll get you trained up. Return. Oh, wait. Configure. Get configuration by ID. YouTube chat configuration. No. Done. Each provider is a concrete factory in the abstract factory. Yes. And that's what the start, right? I call them iConfigure provider, but really these could be the concrete factories. So let's close a bunch of these. Don't need those. For you. So now down here, much cleaner. All right. I have unique configurations per provider. So I don't think I can quite get to that signature. So, thank you for the follow. Okay, so digging down. So, publish content. Right, we don't. Well, heck, let's just build and see what broke. Right, I've got my load configuration. Okay, so that worked all the way through. So if we rebuild the Postgres storage connection, that works. Oh, man. Did we make it all the way to the web? I know it doesn't work on the web. There's stuff in there we got to break. Hey, Martin. How you doing there on YouTube? Yeah, here we go. So yeah. We're going to lose this. And
I've used reverse Hungarian notation for longer than Hungary's even been a country.
Wow. That's pretty old. Let me see here. Where am I going? Can I reach into the Twitter configuration? So my HTTP client options do have let's put an input type on these. There's a timeout input type? Facebook is down. Facebook is down? Really? No, I'm able to get there. I'm able to get there. We're good. Yeah, I don't see an issue over there. What is the solution regarding configuration now? We just move some things around. Changed around the call. Where to go in HTTP client options? Right, the dictionary of default headers. We'll figure that out in a little bit here. But this is gone. So where'd my error list go? All right, we're getting somewhere here. Blazot configuration model. Yep, you're gone too. I like the idea of the view model, but don't need it. Come on, error list. I should just pin the error list, shouldn't I? Mastodon configuration view model. You. I'll deliver that shit, baby. Twitch chat configuration. Sayonara. All right, so the areas for providers, CSHTML. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a bit. In-memory messaging service. This one's going to need some work because that doesn't exist anymore. Actually, is there anything else I need to fix in here? Twitter provider does not contain a definition for activated. Sure. Change to enabled. What else on the error list? So Twitter should still work. Good. Let me commit the changes that I have at this point. There's a lot we've changed in there. Yeah, look at all those files. That's a lot there. Okay. I'm going to add all of these so that we can commit the changes here. Right? So I call git add. You could do this also inside the various apps, right? Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code have a user interface to do this. But I am going to commit, specify, stepping through, removing, providing a commit message. Provider configuration. And I will call git push to send those changes out to GitHub. There's an update on GitHub I need to get to. No, I am not wrapping up. No. Just consolidating, updating, and pinning something that I feel is at a complete state. Not completely complete, but complete-ish. So now let's rebuild here at the website. Because now I'm just touching up web pages. All right. So let's do that. Right? iProvider configuration repository in a couple places. Let's start here on the moderation page. Right? What's it reaching into that for? Here's another thing. This could be turned into a primary constructor. Provider configs where they're activated. Well, if I have the providers, right? The provider is an iSocial media provider. An iSocial media provider right, I could ask for the health. Right, and if it is healthy, do I really want to go through and add? Well, I could ask for the... No, I don't want to ask for the configuration. Should this surface an enabled? I mean, it could. I could make that one of the statuses coming back here. Besides unknown, unhealthy, degraded, and healthy. Right, I could add a disabled. Right? And then I could just say get health on the moderation page. Yeah. So I don't need that. Right, because here it's coming through and it's looking, are they activated? So what I can do instead is I can say providers where right? Get the health, which is awaitable. Oh, no. And I could say, I want to do like not in and provide a collection of them here. And this where I can't do an await in there. Status could be an enum, but I'd have to add it to the interface at this point. And I'm trying to avoid that. Social media status. I want healthy. Degraded is okay too. Those are the active ones. Even though it's not running. So if I say get health, get a waiter, get results. No. There we go. So, got it. Okay. So I'm returning that value. I've captured that value. I can do something with it, and I've put those providers out there. Let me go back to my error list. Yeah. That's not a thing. Right, and let's do this just because I'm feeling cheeky. Primary constructor. Love it. Right? That works, doesn't it? Build that, John. We're building. Yeah, I know build failed. And now it's on the providers page where it's creating and working with this. This is going to be a significant rewrite. Where's the other page that it was this one? That's the generated code that comes out of this. Okay. Let's throw another commit down. Updated moderation page. Yeah, primary constructors for dependency injection. Boom, done. Don't need to put all that other right back and forth property field configuration stuff. It just does it for me. I realized last night that I left my favorite Circle water bottle on the plane when I flew home to Philadelphia. Feels bad. I'll pick up another one this weekend, but like, dummy, you left it on the plane. So interesting. Don't you lose a bunch of stuff with it, like the read-only? Don't care. It's protected internal. It's okay. No, we're good. We're good. All right. So here, where it's saving back the provider configuration. Oh boy. All right, so we don't have a provider configuration repository. So this doesn't exist. And I'm okay with that. We're clearing out a bunch of stuff. And I'll leave this the way it is. So what's next? Gets the configuration settings asynchronously and then parses them apart here. Can we do something tricky here? Like put a Razor component inside that class library. Then we ship a little chunk of interface with it. Right? That becomes interesting. Then people do ship components in NuGet packages, that's right. Yuck. No, it would need to, we would need to put it on the Razor SDK. But that doesn't solve these bits. But I feel like there's a certain amount of, I'm going to go through and define and put in these settings and do all this work to make it work with ASP.NET Core. And then I'm going to end up gutting it because I'm going to turn it into Blazor. You know? I'm right there. Line 12 does it, line, yeah, it's remembering the block level statements so that I can walk up the block for whatever the top line is here, right? So if I scroll up a little bit here, right, I'm inside my onPost method, but I'm a little bit further down inside of it. right? And I can jump back to the top of that thing by clicking there. This is called sticky scrolling. This is a feature in the text editor of Visual Studio. Sticky scroll. Group the current scopes within a scrollable region, and you can specify a maximum sticky number of lines. Yeah. So you can turn that on and off, and it gives you that context. And when I'm describing and showing things here on stream, I think that's beneficial so folks can, because these files are pretty large, you can see a little bit of context of where we are inside of it. You're welcome. Good to see you, Admiral Kier. Okay. So, boy. So I have the social media provider. So right, I could go right, providers. So if the provider is not null, so if we found the configuration for it, config enabled. Well, wait a sec, that's a config. Well, I've got the provider. No. We're good to drop it right there. That's fine. So we don't have configuration settings. It is a provider configuration. So I can just wipe that. And here it is reaching down into the various configuration settings to generically set values coming out of. You like to put keys in an enum, then doing comparison on those. Can expand the enum. Yeah, that's nice. That's a I like that, Boom Boom, because then it becomes very explicit and very code driven, not magic string driven on exactly what you're working on. I like the way you're thinking. Yeah, because then the rename becomes a editor-driven refactoring, not a go find these magic strings and make them all match. That's good thinking. I'm not that smart. How do we want to do this? Oh my gosh. Well, and this isn't activated now. Well, that's the key on the screen. We got to get to that part next. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? I don't want to punt. I do want to get through and get this working. I don't want to brute force it either. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you are onto something. Let's go back to iConfigure. iProvider configuration. Let's go back to that. Now, I don't need the public in front of these. DeCrow 13, welcome. See, I could put something like that. But that feels weird again. That doesn't feel right. So I could do that. Not terrible. But there's a whole bunch of boilerplate code that we need to write there. I mean, can make that work. Right? So let's, right, starting with Azure Q. Right, just walking through and wanting to do this. Right, so we have Q connection string and enabled. And actually, I don't even think we want to include enabled because that's kind of a default for everything else. So I think we just have Q connection string. So yeah, that works. So here it's going to be, right? You were so close. Now, why doesn't it like that? What else am I missing here? You don't like that? All right, that's even better. That's even easier. Gosh. I don't even want to do an else. There we go. That works. Would dictionary or key value pair be better? Because then you could do it as a block. I don't know. I'm okay with this. I'm okay. Because if I do a dictionary, now I got to do the for loop in each one of these versus just do it on the one page. I'm okay with that. So that would change here. If it starts with true or false. What? That doesn't make sense. No. I think we can clobber this and be able to say config dot set configuration like that. And I think that works. We're going to run into issues here during some of the other data configuration stuff. Right now here it's, well, we're trying to create a new one. No, we're not trying to create new ones. This isn't a thing. And then save configuration settings. But I can do this with configure tags at factory, current, set configuration by ID, and I don't have... Ah! I should hand this off into the social media provider where I had get configuration. We should have right? Because then over here no, make it provider configuration. Right, we know which provider this is, don't we? Provider dot save configuration. Current, and then the config. Okay. But now I got to go write that thing. I got to write both of those things in all the providers. Got to go update all the things again. So here we are. So where I had get configuration, I should have save configuration right next to it. So here, we're going to do await configure, set configuration by ID. Right, and it's going to be a ID. Provider configuration. Okay. That's not too bad, is it? Next one, Blazot. So let's implement that bit. And there is a lot of configuration here. Right, so we have API key, secret auth key, window seconds, window requests, and the HTTP client options. Ugh. Right, for base address timeout, default headers, and use HTTP. Oh boy. Okay. Is that the one it wants? No. Where does it want the parentheses? Why am I getting my switch statement backwards? Right, so I want to do like API key. And we need a comma, right? I've got this syntax wrong. Why? Well, if I did, no, get rid of the two lower. Has to match. Is it like this? No. And I don't think it's like that. Why am I getting my switch statement backwards? Yeah, the new switch always confuses me. Right, C# switch, the switch expression. It's curly braces. That's what we're looking for. Yep, that looks good. Come on, give me some more of these. Sure. There you go. Go get it, co-pilot. You were so close. Base address? No. Which is a URI. That looks good. I'm okay with that one. Well, default headers is a dictionary. I'm going to hold on that one. I'm going to... let's let that one go, but I have a feeling that's not going to work right. No. Set the property with the same name as the key submitted. Set the property to the value. No. That's ugly there. And don't use reflection. No, it's suited as a switch. Good. Yep. So far, so good. All right. I like it. We're doing good. And now we wait. Yep. All right. Not bad. I'm okay with that. In the provider, though, we do need to add the save operation. It was right there. There you go. Love it. So I've got a to-do to come back and look at that one. Let's, this one has another HTTP client operation. And this only has the HTTP clients. So let's just grab those values, copy them in, and away we go. Return key switch. Get some. I have the same problem here. We need to figure out what that's going to be. Come on. Nope. All right, cool. What don't you like about that? Done. When you first encounter Reflection in Java, you're excited about it, but it's slow and complicated. Funny, folks say it's slow, and slow is 100 milliseconds. Like, it is. It isn't. It's still pretty darn fast. So. Oh, wait. Configure. Set configuration by ID. Come on, fill this out. Nope. Mastodon. Ugh. Provider configuration. All right. Oh, the long tangled road. Yep. That we're going to be crossing here. Here we go. Client ID. Thinking out loud for a second. Some folks were talking about using the guest star drop-in feature to drop in on us here. I don't have anything configured for guest star, so it would not work at all. Yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think client ID and client secret are being used as part of this. I think it's just OAuth token. I think that's the only one that's used. Channel name, chatbot name. These two aren't being used. So, get rid of them. Chatbot name, OAuth token. Channel name. That's easy. Return key, switch. String empty. Okay, chatbot name. All right, so now we're going to do the same thing down here with set configuration. So, yeah. We're going to switch on key. Oh, come on, man. Thank you. Yep. Give me some of that fancy. Yeah, go ahead. There was a default. Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. That's an easy one. All right, moving on. Twitter. Oh, wait a sec. I didn't do the Twitch chat provider update, so it saves itself. Right? that sounds weird, so it saves itself. It doesn't, like, save configuration. Here we go. Await, configure, set configuration by ID. ID, oh, it's still not gonna. Done. Next one. Twitter. Let's update the configuration. And this one has an HTTP client's configuration as well, so we'll start with that. Actually, that's the only stuff for this one also. I'm not going to let you set base address. It's Twitter. It's always the same base address. So here we'll do the same return key, switch. Yeah, there we go. Get some. Now here's the default headers. Serialize default headers. That works. And then this one. Switch on key. It was right there, man. Look at that. Generate all that for me. Thank you. No, that should be time span parse. Deserialize default headers. Cool. That works for me. Yep. One of those. Sure. Give me a default. Thank you. Done. Let's set up Twitter configuration over here. It's so damn boring. We're going to get into user interface. I promise. And we're doing the same thing. Await, configure, set configuration by ID. ID. This is Twitter configuration. Oh, it was right there. Feels better. 2 to go. YouTube configuration and YouTube chat configuration. So re-implement that. And this does not have standard HTTP settings. So we have API key. I'm not going to do safe search. I will do max results. Safe search, I think, is we're fine there. I think safe search and API key and max results is it. Return key, switch, do the gimmick. String empty. No, you were right there, dude. You're not gonna start this one? Thank you. Done. Switch key. There we go. Yep. Oh, that worked. All right. How you doing there? Kill for love. Oh. Are you a hopeless romantic kill for love? Let's see. We're gonna await. Set configuration by ID. I'm passing in my ID, and this is a YouTube configuration for provider configuration. Done. Finally, YouTube live chat. Let's wire this one up. Ko-Fi was here? There was a Ko-Fi bot that was just hanging out in chat. I don't have a Ko-Fi. Or maybe I do and it's not... I don't have it wired up to anything. I don't have a public. So we have, for this one... Client ID, client secret. So secret. I think those are... And then we have... Where is this used? That's used down the line. So what am I making? Check out the link at the pin to the top of chat. So this is an application that knows how to build and connect to many different social media services and consolidate data from them. So you end up with one interface. So, all right, we're going to do the same thing here. Return key, switch, this gimmick. String empty, that. Yep. There you go. Switch key. Yes. There you go. Give it to me again. There's a thing. And one more. Default, throw the client exception. Done. And last provider to update. So right now, this knows how to connect to 6 different providers so that we can interact and get information back from them. We're going to wire up Discord. Not today, but we're going to get it wired up. And then we're going to rewire the bundling of this thing so that you can run it as a local application, not just as a website hanging out there. So we're going to do await configure, set configuration by ID. There, we already have an ID. This is the YouTube chat configuration. Oh, it was already... make it async, save it, done. All right. Oh, I don't want to be updating and adding more of those features anytime soon. Let me close all that nonsense. But for the keys, I could have done name of. Yeah, it might have been a little bit of overkill. Not bad, but all right. So we didn't figure out how we want to serialize the default headers. What if we do? Public. Oh, come on. Let's bring them out as JSON, right? Serialize. Yeah, and we'll hang this off of no. There you go. JSON serializer. Right, because that's going to return a string. Why don't you like this? That's better. Cool. Right, so where were all those to-dos? Don't do a find on to-do. Task list. There we go. Look at all those to-dos. No. No. So now, right, I could say Let's do... deserialize headers. If JSON is... No, let's do if string is null or empty, JSON return new. Fine. So here, right, I can do base HTTP options, which is a public class, public static, HTTP client options, deserialize headers, value. But I could say default headers equals that. Nice. Yeah, can it? Yeah. Copy that, John. We're gonna go places. Here, right here. Now I can get rid of that. Feels good, man. Back to task list. Where else? Who dat? Matt!
Matt 1980.
Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Met me at Dev Intersection. Yes, I remember you. Yes, yes. Thank you so much for the sub. And at tier 1. Appreciate that. I'm doing well. I hope you had a great trip home from the event. So, and Matt can attest, if you come find me at an event that I'm speaking at, I'll give you some stickers. I'll say thank you for being there. We'll level up some of those goodies that I hand out when I meet you at an event. So thank you so much, Matt. If there's an event in the future that I know a bunch of viewers that I know a bunch of viewers are going to be at, we can organize some sort of a meetup at a bar so folks can have some adult beverages, some non-adult beverages if they choose, and we can have a good time. Happy coding. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're cleaning up some code here. No, it's not this one. It's not that one inside the provider. We're good on that. Let's go find here in Mastodon configuration. There we go. Right? This is exactly right. So now I can do that. Ooh. I never set this one. Oh no. Switch on the key. Come on, give me some suggestions here. Thank you. There we go. Yes, indeed. Come on now. Right? You know this one. You know what this one should be now. Nope. Good. Love it. Yes. Copilot to the rescue, right? Got it. Back to the task list. That's okay. That's okay. We'll figure those out later. Default headers. Here it is again. down here. Default headers equals right, serialize. What did I call it? There it is. Next one. Oh really? Nah, that's fine. We're good there. All right. I think we got it. Hijack an event and turn it into FritzCon? Kinda. Hard apple juice and the like. Right. Okay. So I think I've got all those cleaned up. So now I can go back into... Now let's see if that builds properly. So, good example. Svitug in Stockholm. I know there are a number of you that are in Sweden. Will be at that event. We can set up and have some fun with that. There we go. Look at that. Postgres worked properly. Back over here. Save this one. Try and build on the website. Now, that CSHTML is going to choke here. Twitch chat provider is a little grouchy here. Oh, we did need those. But do I use this? I do, to get your profile picture. All right. Head back over there. Fine. We need client ID, client secret. Feels bad now. Feels bad. There we go. So we need to add those to the mix here. Can you do that for me? I guess not. Thank you. Let's make this at least in like alphabetical order. Make it a little bit easier to read through. Right. Yep, go ahead, do that one. Sure. One more. There it is. Thanks for playing. So now, is this going to work? Can I explain what the bookmark tab is for? Oh yeah, so you can have bookmarks. Stand by. I'll show you. What do you mean it doesn't have keys? Build failed. Yeah, show me. That's in the generated code. It's right there. Oops. Right, queue, connection, string. Okay. says it built properly. Build failed. So that's in this CSHTML over here. Right there. You. Goodbye. View model utility service. We're going to work on that. So, how you doing there, Box? So the bookmarks tab is so that you can put bookmarks throughout your code and be able to jump right to them. So I can Control K is the hotkey that will allow you to place bookmarks, right? So KK will turn on and off for a given line. So let's put one there, and I'll say, just for argument, I'll put one here. Now I can use Control K, Control N to go to the next bookmark, or Control K, I thought it was P. Control K, Control N, yeah. And it'll bounce between them, but I can go into my bookmarks and I can see what they are, and I can even give them names if I wanted to, so I can jump right to them. And the bookmarks save with your Visual Studio preferences, so the next time you come back, as a personal preference, these bookmarks are still sitting out there, and you can go and find and get back into where you left off on something. So particularly when you have very large code bases, I mean, sure, I can do a Control T and go say, well, I want to go find the save configuration method, and it'll jump me right to it. Sure. But when you have a bookmark, it makes it really, really nice to get right to it. I finish that, turn off the bookmark, and I can go back and pick up right where I left off. So, bookmarks are available in Visual Studio Code as well. I don't think it's Control K, though, in Visual Studio Code. It's something slightly different. But the bookmark feature, I believe, I'm like 90% positive, is there as well. So, okay. Where am I here? It is 1:30. I do have a call scheduled that I need to get to. Yep, I've got a mountain of copyright claims being released now. Yeah, that API review we looked at earlier was rejected. So that feature is rejected, will not be built like that. So, good. Okay. Okay. Just checking on notifications that I received here. Like, what is that? All right. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun on this. Try and get value property name. For each property, getting configuration. I see what you're trying to do there. Oh, cool. Thank you, Boom Boom. Appreciate you grabbing that clip. Let's do this. No, that's not the command that I want. Get your configuration from, right, configure, tags app factory. So now down here, for each one of the iProvider configuration. There we go. That's going to load it every time. Give me this. Try and simplify this, John. And we'll change this back to properties. A lot of reflection going on in here. All right, so instead of going in and for each one of those getting a configuration, what do I think about reflection? It's handy, but it can be a little much. Let's call this config setting. I'm not going to go instead. Right, I already have the configuration, actually. I don't need that. And I don't need to say, well, I can just say try get value. Or, oh, wait. Await that, John, right there. Yeah, I joined. Get configuration by key. So we can say, there we go. Turn you into a var. And turn these into enabled. Yep. There we go. I think that's it. Build failed. Okay, let's see where we failed. iProvider configuration in service extensions, because these things don't exist. Where else? Show me that error list. Ooh. Is that it? Build succeeded. Let me save what I've got here before. Right? Okay, fine. Completed removing iProvider configuration. Pull in the changes so it merges. Yes. Oh, it feels so good to merge. Ugh. Ugh. Show me the changes. Sign into GitHub? Do I really want to sign into GitHub? Yeah, I know. That's why I clicked the button, you fool! All right, over here. iProvider configuration turns into what I've defined here. No, I want the head. cool. Yep, sync those changes. Good. All right, so the code's saved. Let me take a look at something here. So, where is it? Right? Where is guest star hiding in here? Stream together is what they call it now. And it just completely took me away from my dashboard. Yeah, I know I'm live. That's why I'm kind of annoyed. Stream together. Bring guests together on chat. Blah, 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 blah. Manage favorites. I can do that, right? Right, I can do that. And now what? Yeah. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. Yeah, it's already wigging out. No. No. They don't get it, do they?
Developers.
Yeah, look at that, and there goes my video getting sketch. Yeah. And it wants me to set up browser sources. Yeah, it's trying to capture my video, and that's what you're seeing there. Is it's trying to grab my video, and it's freaking out. It's freaking. Yeah, it wants to grab directly. No, this isn't going to work. Mm-mm. Okay, nope. There's a thing on this machine where when it tries to grab the video, it gets... It gets sketchy, and Like, I wonder if I could run it through NDI first and then send it out. I'll tinker with that later. Because I really want to get that working for when we have guests on later. I think for now I'm going to stop. I'm at a place where I'm ready to go through and start testing and getting configuration loaded and building configuration loading screens. And I need to grab some lunch, quite frankly. So here's, yeah, let's just wrap it up there. Head back over here. And let's find somebody to raid. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow, Husky. Welcome. You know what? The Burke Learns Blazer show is on over there on the Visual Studio channel. So let's set up the raid and go visit them and learn more about Blazer. Thanks so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you joining me. I'll be back on Monday. We'll be writing more code. We'll be going through this. I'm going to tinker with this website a little bit after lunch. Got some other things I need to do around the house and take care of. But we'll get back into this. I'll be talking about it a little bit on Discord over the weekend. But I hope to see you next week. Talk to you then. Get ready to say hi to Burke and John Galloway over on the Visual Studio channel. Take care.